Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to some art, I guess. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. So, revived fossil from Pokemon, thanks for that. I heard enough shtick from fucking Noxie yesterday after the talk about how it was a Regigigas is just an old man Pokemon. I ain't gonna be living that one down for a while. Make sure I've ticked all my boxes and gotten all my stuff sorted out. Ugh. Alright. Dude, I forgot to put the gloves on today. I need to do that again. It is like -2 degrees Celsius. Probably should actually try and stay warm. Hey, Idiocy. Regigigas felt like walking into a 7-Eleven and seeing a Mewtwo at the produce section. It really just felt weird walking in and he's just like posed up like, hey, how you going, man? Good? It's so dumb and so bad. Am I doing good? I'm doing alright, I think. I had a bit of a weird sleep last night, but other than that, not too bad. I had a really fucked up dream where I was basically living in a world that was like Dark Souls, but mixed with Nier Automata. It was real fucked. And like, it wasn't me per se, it was just whoever I was following, right? And I remember very, very clearly, part of the dream was, this is really gonna show a lot. So we had zip lines in this dream. Everyone had a zip line that they could attach to a location, and it had a certain amount of distance, right? That it could lock on to, but it could only lock on to certain locations. Again, there's a lot of weird game mechanic energy going on, right? So there was this section where we were trying to make it so we could get back and forth across the location much easier. Because it was absolutely necessary, and we had to basically take like a fucking train cart around the sides of the area. So we thought if one of us opened up a certain thing that we had to go back and forth for anyway, we'd be able to latch on the grappling line to that spot and be able to go across much easier. The problem is it broke twice, so like it hit the max length and it snapped off and it just came back, so it didn't break it like the line. And because of this, 2 times, like the character I was following had to go across this zone that looked like a gigantic chasm, almost, of a graveyard inside of this giant cathedral-esque building that had fallen apart. Again, very Nier Automata falling apart, building weird shit, right? The first time, it was fine, but it was scary as shit. The second time, a health bar turned up, and this thing was like the size of 5-story buildings, so it was able to reach to even the tallest spots that I was able to run to. So it was like fucking wild. So trying to outrun a gigantic, like, fucking king thing that was chasing me around. It's great. My dreams are wild, as you can tell. So how was everyone else's day? I hope everyone else has been having a good one. Never underestimate Malith dream energy, man. It is wild. So yeah, I don't know how to really fucking start a conversation other than that now. Malith has wild dreams. Just know that. Yeah. If you're wondering, by the way, what is this art for today, I don't know, man. I just started drawing a pose, and then, like, this is where we ended up. Do I have, like, grander plans for what's going on? No. So I'm just kind of drawing the hair for now. Well, I decide if I want to keep going with this, because this was just supposed to be my warm-up piece for today. I'll tell you what I have been doing in my spare time quite a bit recently, is I have been watching Battlestar Galactica, right? The new version of it. And when I say new, the, like, early 2000s version. Can I stress to you guys, if you're okay with gritty, dark sci-fi, if you don't mind some more very adult topics and settings, highly recommend the series. It is phenomenal. Like, holy shit. I genuinely had forgotten how much I kind of loved that series. A bug! How's it going? How is the Bugatha? Or am I getting yelled at for doing something? That always could be the chance. On the first airplane home, they have internet, but it sucks. Damn. You get like a nice crisp 480p stream. Is that what's happening? I'm doing good. I'm doing alright. How you been, though? Now that you're on your way back home from Offkai. I don't want to ask too much, because I want to be able to let you have, your things that you wanna say on your stream when you get back, obviously. Very high quality PP poo poo stream. Exactly. That's always a good time. You know what? We're doing a bunny girl. This is what comes to mind. Okay, was awesome. I'll make sure to show all my goodies once I get home. Hell yeah. You've been having a day, Jen? Oh. Surely a day of all time. I'll lend an ear, so if you wish someone to listen of the troubles of your day, I am here for you, child. Called the con crud though. My voice is also gone. Stream will have to wait till I feel better. Hopefully in a few days. Yeah. Oh look, it's just the objective fact. Whenever you go to like a convention like that, you're gonna get sick, right? I want to do Bunny Girl? I don't know if I really want to do Bunny Girl. What does chat want to see from this? I started going Bunny Girl, but I'm like, the pose is nice. I don't know what I want to do with it though. How many arts do I have queued up besides the pieces you get inspired to make? So this is inspired day. Like, I just was doing this as my sketch for the morning and I just kind of have kept going as my warm-up. I'm trying to think. I've got 4 pieces queued up. Right. Is it 4? I think it's just 4. Yeah. I'm trying to clear it all out. Admittedly, I've had a couple of days that I've had to take off recently, right? Obviously being gone for the hospital, but like, surprisingly enough, I've been very slow to recover, afterwards. I've actually been feeling very low energy recently. Yeah, I think it's only like it's only a few. I know that. The problem is that almost all the ones I have left that I want to that I have to get done, I want to do it high quality. Because I think it's the piece you asked for, Jen, one that Bug asked for, and one Yawa asked for, and then another one are my, like, last remaining pieces I need to do that I'm going to approach them as cleanly as I can. You've always been great at poses, but I feel like your anatomy's also improved a lot. I feel like, recently I've been doing there's a lot of little things I know I'm getting better and better at. Again, sketch drawings are where I, like, shine the best. So basically, up until, like, 1 or 2 phases after what we've got here is where I kind of cap out at where my skill is. I personally believe. I think color, shading, texturing, that sort of stuff, I'm nowhere near as good as I could be. I feel like the sketch stages are where I show, like, the most, competency. Personally. I mean, again, I showed this before. But I do have... But yeah, I have a lot of Inspire pieces that I need to work on still, because there's a bunch sitting here. But, like, this was one for a commission, right? And, like, this is exactly what I'm talking about with, like, this was just sketch phase, right? I'm gonna say very clearly, this is a lot better than some of the final pieces I end up with. Sorry, a bit behind in time. Oh yeah, YouTube being weird again, is it? Yeah. Nephew got engaged, so as uncle, I'm getting the questions. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. I kind of know what you mean. Oh. Yeah. If you want a drawing done just to like sketch level and you're fine with that, I'm your man at this point, but other than that. Do I want to go bunny girl with this? I just kind of went bunny girl for a part of it, but I'm still trying to decide what I want to do with this. How I want to just draw bunny girls all the time. Need to let you know about it in case you didn't, but on the selection tool, if you change the fill gap, selects the weird spots that usually don't color in linear too. Let me see what you're talking about. Curious. So you said... on the selection tool, if you change the fill gap. The close gap part you're talking about? Or are we talking about something on this side? Because if you're talking about close gap, I have messed around with close gap before. Yeah. I've messed around with that a fair few times. It's... you have to be real careful with it, because if you go too far over with the tolerance as well, it'll counteract it. And it will just start jumping over lines more frequently. So you take your time referring to comms of the character so you can get more references? Hell yeah. Let me know when you do. I have a few more ideas, which is more than zero started with. I mean, you sent me literally like, here's the character I want you to draw. Okay, anything else? Nah. You're not the worst. It's not a problem. Trust me when I say that's better than some of the shit that I get where I'm told. No, okay. Can I stress one of my fucking... Okay. I don't like talking poorly of customers, right? To an extent. Because there's a level of trust and understanding. But I will stress one of the things that when you're doing a commission, you need to try and do your best to try and, like, set out as much information as you can. Just, that is a preference, right? Why I say this is I've had commissions where people have said the name of a character, but not from what they're from. And it's a very generic name. So I'm set in this situation of like, what character do you mean? Right? Do you mean an actual person? Do you mean a VTuber? Do you mean an anime character? Which of this character? It's like, I'm not going to use one that I've actually had, but as a loose example, imagine someone goes, oh, I want you to draw Ichigo. Like, Ichigo is, like, in this pose. And I'm like, okay, which one? Because there's, like, the Bleach one, there's, like... And I'm free. Goddamn asshole. Oh, so mean. But no, what should we do for the outfit? I don't even know what character this is. This is just a, this is generic anime girl C. I don't know, man. What do we want to do? Do you guys want the ASMR again? If you're gonna fucking complain about the volume. I love the loops in your handwriting. My handwriting is a whole endeavor because it is like. It's wild. It also. It sucks. But it looks fancy. Should stay bunny girl. Okay. I mean, like, it got partway in and I'm like, do I go bunny girl? If we're going bunny girl, this is gonna get lewd real quick because, like, one of the spots I'm gonna have to put in texturing is gonna make it weird. Because, like, I'm gonna have to, like, do some texturing here. So it's like this. Then there'll be, like... that. Canada. Chat, if I was to draw a bug, the canonical way that bug is apparently drawn, I feel like I'd have to do, let's see, it'd be... There we go. Canon bug. It's Don't you, oh my god, that. Don't you dare, you have no right. Right, what are some other key features of bunny girls? Don't they have like, we're descending? Oh boy. You better hope that they descend at the correct speed. That'll be important. Also, quick, chat, don't say anything that will get her in trouble with the TSA, like... No. Man, how's it going? Holy shit, Devil. 70 consecutive streams. Bro, I feel like I need to pay you at this point. For, like, your therapy sessions. Putting up with me for 70 consecutive streams. How long is that? Like, I stream fairly consistently, like, 4 or 5 times a week. I have earbuds in, so I have to say it really loud for it to be heard. Gotcha. Wait, you've got earbuds in there, Buck? Wait. Yeah. Chat, I'm so sorry for this, but I have to do this. How's it going, Buck? Alright, there we go. Having Malif in my ear every evening while I work on TTRPG projects is driving you crazy. Hell yeah. As God intended. I'm not one of God's strongest soldiers, I'm one of God's strongest challenges. Why do you hate me? I'm so glad, Bug, that worked for you. Then lurking for 2 hours, writing bye and then in chat, go to sleep. Yeah, that's about right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Hey, Nash. Your family, you'll zoom in on chat, that's fair. What, you don't want me to zoom in on her crotch and, yeah, to deal with that consequence? I'm sure that'll go fine. Nothing possibly wrong with that. Let's see. I'm going to assume I know what that is, Nash, so you get fucked. No. You can't get away with just half of the problem. Doesn't fix the problem. What did you just join? What did you just join? What's wrong? What's out of the normal for you? What is abnormal about this stream? You. I feel like the stream is perfectly normal. Bugs here.
You want me to say, my little Discord kitten?
You cannot see how hard I am cringing right now. Holy shit. Ugh. But yeah, no, Bug is on the plane at the moment. Oh, now is getting off the plane. Catch you later, Bug. Have a good one. Bro, I can't count. Oh, was it fucking 6 of them? Oh. That's even worse. Got an your own evil shirt standing behind him. The Twin Towers being like, never again. Also, oh, yeah, that's about right. Dude, I swear, one day I want to go to one of the IT conventions, like DEFCON. Right? And I just want to see what happens on those planes. Because that's gotta be, like, wild. It's either that or a furry convention. You just want to see what happens because, like, these planes get defended. I still remember when, there was a specific flight that had almost as much security around it as Air Force One because it was for a furry convention. And on that flight had, I believe it was like a third of, the US's, like, entire top-end IT, like, thing. Which is, like, fucking hysterical. I don't want to God's strongest soldiers, but I want to God's strongest challenges. Dude, it's true though. The unmarried Unk is watching the anime man draw bunny girl crotch. That'll surely go fine. Hell yeah. This is literally the first thing I hear when you click on the stream. That's amazing. That's what you came into the stream to. It summarizes kind of what's been talked about a minute. Alright, chat. I'm gonna ask the question. Wood? Chat, wood? Look, you have to understand, it's either we talk about me being a fucking, like, challenge the world, or we talk about Battlestar Galactica or magic. You guys get to choose. What poison do you pick? Talked to a priest today. A guy backed up near a church in the parking area and then saw the priest and drove away. I know the Lord tests us, but I think he overestimated me. It's amazing of a fucking line. I'm gonna use that next time. Next time I draw poorly in Magic the Gathering, I'm just gonna pull out the, look, I know God tests us, but I think he's overestimating my capabilities. I want to be a priest friend, even as a Muslim. That fella seems fun. Yeah, he seems like a good sort. Use your work equipment to threaten children? Hell yeah! No. For legal reasons, that was a joke. Right, guys? We understand that for legal reasons, that was a joke. I feel like I'm getting the right. For legal reasons, I'll tell you that I didn't swing my tom for out one of the kids. Hell yeah. And most movies use that comedic setup of comically threatening them. Yeah. No, Man. Made me just have a moment of going through all the movies I've watched recently and how, like, there's such a... I don't know. I feel like there's just not the right kind of comedy in TV and movies anymore. Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm just getting more cynical. I'm trying not to be. Something I'm realizing more and more as I watch Battlestar Galactica is just, I don't know if that series was just like such an outlier, but like, fuck, man, there's just not a lot of good series out there. Like, am I just trying to live the glory of the good old days constantly? Trying to find shows that I enjoy, but just there isn't. What happened, chat? What happened? You're back in the present? Congratulations! What do you want as a reward? For time traveling back to the future. Saw 2 episodes so far, and boy, of the fucking Chainsmoker cat, yeah. The cat girl created by Nurgle, hell yeah. The Watcher's contract is present, that which you own but do not know. Sure, fuck it, why not? I do want to look at that anime. Yeah. Oh, you don't have Netflix? Yeah, that's the only way to watch it. No, I'm gonna probably wait till the season's out as my normal kind of shtick of, being a bitch and not wanting to watch. Like, I don't like watching as stuff comes out. I would prefer to be able to binge it. A few pictures of my thing and want to know if you find them as funny as I do. To be fair, it's one of those things, I just don't know enough about that game, eh? Like, I will openly acknowledge that, like, I'm just kind of looking at that and I'm like, yes, things happen. Because, like, I think I've played... What did I play in the past? I think I played, like, one other Crusade. I'm not too impatient to wait. Weekly releases each Sunday, yeah. But I do find, I did notice the elderly abuse stuff, and I was like, it's kind of funny. Fuck them up. It's fun. Look, the two funny groups of people to witness getting hurt are old people and young people. Like children. They're the funniest groups to see getting injured, because, like, one of two things is happening, right? If it's old, you know that that's, like, the end of their career. If it's young, they'll bounce back up, and they're annoying shitheads sometimes, so that's it. Convince me otherwise. And you watch One Punch Season 1. I don't like weekly releases. And it's simply because of the style of content I like enjoying to watch. And I acknowledge this, right? So what I want to stress with this point that I'm making is that, like, I like watching shit series. And back when I tried to watch weekly, so as release happened, what would happen is I would end up watching, like, I think the last season I gave up during was the same season of anime as, what was it called? It was like My Mom Has a 2-hit combo that insta-kills everyone, or whatever the fuck that was. That season of anime was coming out, and there was like 3 other isekai game series coming out that season of anime. I actually started mixing them up. I actually was like, didn't we do this last week? I felt like I've watched this episode. No, this is the other series, and they're doing something different. They're doing the same thing, but at a different time in the series. And I just got to this point of totally not my fetish anime. Yeah, well, I mean, the literal point of that series is that the mom is, like, getting the party together as being, like, potential wife candidates, right? And then the mother keeps getting into lewd situations as well. It's really weird. Do not like that series that much, I'm gonna be honest. I actually think I dropped that series. But, like, I don't like the fact that when I'm watching some series, they're mix matching so much. So I can't watch as it's releasing unless it's a very unique series. And the last time I watched an anime as it was coming out was the first season of Oshinoko. And I'm sure you can understand why that's fun. Like, in my eyes, that's, like, great. Oh yeah, no, you and I are polar opposites. I think I watched like 7, 8 episodes of that. I haven't finished it yet because I got partway through it and then something happened, so I got distracted, and then I needed something else that wasn't a romance series to watch, and I just haven't come back to it yet. It's very, I agree with Nash there though. It's very good. I like that. Yeah, I think saying that it's very Horimiya is 100% accurate. That series is like 100% like that kind of energy. So very, very good. It was recommended to you, but you haven't watched it. I would say it's worth the watch, personally. Like, I would say it's worth the watch. I think I'm too deep into the author's BLE disguised fetish hike. Well, I mean, like I said, at the moment, all I'm watching is Battlestar Galactica, right? So I don't have room to talk. Tensei are on the same release schedule right now, means that every Sunday I get to watch the new episode of them back to back. Got called a PDF. Yeah. Look, I stand by. So I actually talked about this with one of my mates, right? And he really doesn't like the series, which is totally fine. Right. Like, let's have a very analytical talk about that series for a moment. Right? I can't, like, that series makes a really good job of making characters I can't like. Because, like, you've got, was it Rudius, the main character? I can't like him. Why? Because he is a 30-year-old man or some shit, reincarnated into a child and utilizes it as, like, abuses that to basically commit what would be normally considered crimes. Like, this is, like, a really, really disgusting thing. Like, all the characters I can't like. And that's the point of not liking it. No, I mean, I'm not disputing that. I'm just, like, the point that needs to be acknowledged about that series is that while I'm not going to call someone anything for watching it, I just can't really like it. Because, well, I watched up to the end of second season, right? I don't like the way certain things were used to try and, like, justify certain actions. So, what I mean by this, and this is where this gets confusing, because I'm actually going to use Battlestar Galactica as a really interesting juxtaposition to my own argument. Right? So, in Battlestar Galactica, there is a lot of sexual content, right? As well as there is in Mushoku Tensei. Now, the difference between the content is there is non-consensual and general. Right? In Mushoku Tensei, there is age issues, there is non-consensual, and then there is general. This is the part of it I dislike the most. Stranger and whoop his own ass. Oh, look, there's a point in the series where his internal monologue changes from being his original self to his now self, basically. And that's the point of the story, is that, like, he changed from being the person he was before to the person he is now. I don't like him, though, because that, like, again, yeah, that is the kind of the point, right? Is he doesn't like his original self. But I dislike how much of it still carries through to him. He is still a pervert in a way that I don't like. And there are characters that I don't care to even see on the screen because I dislike them that much. I can't remember her name, but the redhead girl? I fucking can't stand her. Eris, yeah. I can't stand her. I don't care what you do with her character. I just don't want to see her. Right? Like, the point is that Mushoku Tensei, I think, comes down to the best way to look at that series in an argumentative lens is that a lot of the characters do really bad stuff, and the series is trying to make it interesting and entertaining enough that it justifies the bad stuff they do, and you come to either understand the character, understand their motivations and all that, and all this, and tries to, like, make some of them more likable. Now, the point that needs to be acknowledged is the difficulty that series has is if they do actions that are your, like, this is a taboo to me, it's gonna be hard to ever enjoy seeing them. Too many of the things they do in that series are things that I would consider so beyond, like, an acceptable range that I can't justify wanting to even witness the character. Eris is one of the best examples of this, right? Because, no offense, but I've been used and abused a lot in my life. In fact, not going to go into this, but let's just say that my first time wasn't all that consensual. So, the idea of that sequence and how it was handled and everything, I can't like her character to such a degree that I just don't like ever seeing her. And I have been told very openly by someone that does enjoy the series and goes and reads the original content, the light novel, the point of her character is that she never really truly gets redeemed. Is that she just becomes a more fleshed out character. And I'm like, cool, so that's even less of a reason me to like her. Because there is nothing you can do in my eyes to redeem that character in a way that would make me want to actually give a shit. Because she actually just abused him. And what I've seen of her story arc in the 3rd season, she abuses the effect that she abused him. Now, you might see it differently. You might be fine with this. I'm fine with a lot of things I know a lot of people aren't. Right? That's the point I'm trying to make. This series is one of those ones where I can only respect it for the visual fidelity and prettiness that the anime brings forward, and the magic system is quite interesting. It's not really like the characters, but because the anime has made me more empathetic of the characters, like my top moments of the mass teleportation event. Yes, I agree. The mass teleportation event was actually really interesting. As to confront his own personality, and the scene where meets up, and then, yeah, no, again, I'll like the Paul dies thing, but I'm gonna be honest, I hate what happens after that. Like, that's the point I'm trying to make, is while there are good moments in that series, to me, those moments don't justify watching the rest of it. To me. That's what I'm trying to say, is like, to you it might not outweigh, to me it outweighs. What I mean by this, one of the best examples I have is, actually I'm going to use the incest argument in anime, right? So for a long time, I couldn't stand that in anime until I came across, was it Radaka no Cavalry? I think was the series off the top of my head. And that series did a really good job of explaining its argument as to why that exists, and that's the argument I use in my head whenever I'm watching those series, to the point that now I don't give a shit. However, my friend that I know absolutely despises that stuff. It is one of the bigger turn-offs to a series to him. The moment he kind of sees it in any series, he's like, cool, I'm probably not watching this. And I don't say he's wrong for that. It's actually very reasonable, right? Curiosity's peaked on that. That series is very old and very interesting to me, right? Is it Radaka no Cavalry? Yeah. Give me a second, I'll try and find it for you. Raku Dai Kishi no Cavalry. Or English for it is Chivalry of a Failed Knight. Degree of emotion the anime makes you feel it for most times outweighs the ickiness of a lot of other stuff, but I totally understand. Yeah. Is it eugenics? No? There's just a very specific scene that the series has. See if I can find the scene real quick. Let's see. Shizuku and yeah. Let's see. A very, very incidental part of Rudy's character is at least the way he does seem to genuinely care about both his wives and genuinely wants to make them both happy. Oh, look, okay, I want to stress, by the way, I don't give a shit about the, like, polygamy shit in that series. Like, that goes past me. The issue I have is the fact that... Think of it like this. The series makes an active effort early on to kind of negatively state the concepts of polygamy. And then in these later stages, they just don't care. Does that make sense? I can't seem to find the scene, by the way, that I'm talking about, but so all you need to know is there is a gay character in the series that basically follows everyone and he knows everything. And the little sister of the main character, that they interact in a sequence, and he basically asks a question. The question he asks is, hey, you know this kind of love that you have is wrong, right? And she says, yes, I know it is wrong. I don't care. And she explains that he comes from a family where nobody loved him, nobody gave a shit about him, in fact, they will wish he was dead. And she kind of didn't like that was the treatment he was getting. Came to kind of surrogate love him to try and replace that love that his family had, and that love kept growing until it was uncontrollable and it eventually turned romantic. Not by her choice, but by sheer, like, that is how much she wanted to love him. She wanted to do anything to give him actual love. So she kind of gave herself body and soul to her brother, again, blood related, but not by it actually felt like a natural progression that she explained. This is how I kind of justify a little bit of that sort of stuff in my head, is the idea that this kind of love can be born, and this is true, is that kind of love can be born from just the environment, by all of that sort of stuff. I hope that kind of explains it. That doesn't give justice to the scene. The scene does a much better job of explaining it. But I like that was the explanation, and it comes down to the words I like to use when explaining that sort of series, which is exactly the words used. You know this is wrong. Yes. Do you care? No. But yeah. Seeing an anime where there is polyamorous relationship where they actually want each other to be happy is nice. Like the one in the season with the warm fuzzy Rudy selfie rock. Yeah, like again, I've not got anything truly wrong with the polygamy part of it. I just dislike that the series made an active effort to say, hey, it's not good. Because they actually, like, that is literally the plot of some of the early stuff, because the father did that. And he went behind his partner's back to do it. And that made it bad. But then when Rudy does that, it's okay. And yes, I know that's a fair bit of difference going on, but you get where I'm coming from with that. The anime starts in season 2. It doesn't erase how shitty the way the anime used the shock that. Yeah, I just don't like how a lot of the end of the first season went and the end of the second season went. Feels like the author goes, hey, if I have an idea on how to teleport a person with a realistic act, then fucks the plot just to introduce this one character and revisits it again, yeah. Talking about anime, I want to shout out, yes! Revolution of a Reincarnated Princess and the Genius Young Lady is an amazing series. I like that one. It goes whoosh over your head. Yeah, I guess that's true. That, why they are okay with the girls, where they draw the line. Yeah. You've seen it? Yeah, of course I've fucking seen it. I love Yuri. One of the big religions in it is basically all about polygamy being bad, which I find funny given the MC comes from a line of polygamists. Yeah. I mean, look, you've also got, can we talk about, so this is, I don't know if this is a spoiler, and I'm sorry if this is spoiling you when it comes to Mushoku Tensei, but like, this is probably one of the things of why I just didn't want to watch the rest of the series. So he gets back together with Eris, has a kid with Eris, and the child that they have has sex, has a relationship with Rudy's half-sister. The one that was from the maid. Yes, this is actually stuff that happens later. And Eris goes apeshit and beats her son to, like, no end. Yeah, so I'm sorry, I heard about that, and I'm like, I just really can't like the series. I'm not interested, I'm not interested to see the rest of the series. Again, not trying to say you're wrong for enjoying it, or going further with it, or anything like that. I'm sorry, there's lines, and these lines are the lines I don't feel like crossing. Right? Like, I'm sorry. There's issues. Yes. Do with that information, like, again, I hope it's understood what, like, was Eris pregnant since their first night, or did they get back together? That is his third wife! They get back together! Are you seeing my point of, like, how I'm sorry, the series does too much, and I can't, okay? I can't. Eris is a character I can't like no matter what you do to her character. Literally the only, redeeming feature is her dying. Yeah, no, exactly, Nash. That's kind of my point of why I do also hate Eris even more. As I said earlier, like, it's not even just the fact that I hate her for abusing Rudy and, like, doing that. It's she abuses the fact that she abuses Rudy because she keeps going like, no, oh, we had sex and stuff like that. She actively actually advertises that. I'm sorry. Again, I'm very, like, I want to stress, I'm not saying anything against people that like the series, I'm not saying anything like that, I just don't like it. I can't justify getting more into that series. Like, I already thought she was a bitch all the way through the series, then she fucking does that shit at the end of the first season, and I'm like, I can't ever redeem that character, and I hear the shit that happens later in their light novel, I'm like, how the fuck can you keep writing this character and not kill them off for just satisfaction? Why the fuck not make them? Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't want to watch, watch or get, like, too into that series. Because too much ick. Too much ick. Right? It's too much. Too much ick. also minuscule good trait is that at the very least she goes off and trains the fighting, so she's not dead weight. Seems to be regardless. I believe she becomes the Sword Queen? She actually becomes one of the best sword fighters in the world. No, again, it's one of those things that, like, the fact that I want to stress, and this might say a lot, I've read, Redo of a Healer, right? I read Redo of a Healer. I didn't have too much problem with that series, other than it was very clear that the author was had some issues, and the only point where there is actual consensual relationship in that series is so late on, it's fucking weird. But like, I read that and I didn't mind that. That's the point I'm trying to make. I don't think Redo of the Healer is good. I do not think I can justify the actions that are taken in that series. I didn't mind enough of what was going on that I found the story compelling enough to get past it. But that's the point I'm making with that, right? So, to those that actually like Mushoku Tensei, realize I get where you're coming from, I just can't. But I hope that you offer me the same respect in the fact that I've read or watched series that I know you'll probably not want to deal with. And go with that. Seems a thing you don't need to go to therapy or get over an abusive egg. Just wife her, you can fix her. Yeah. That the whole erectile dysfunction thing is solved by Rudy getting attracted to what he thought was his man. Yeah, there is that, as you could argue, as a bit of hilarity. I'll accept that as a very funny point to be made as well. So, yeah. No, I just can't. I can't like Mushoku Tensei enough to justify it. I respect the fact that, like, it set a standard for magic systems, and it was really top quality for that, right? Like, I want to stress, I acknowledge... I fully acknowledge what the series is trying to do and all that. I just can't get past the problems. Just kind of like a guilty pleasure. Emotional porn, if you will. Yeah. And, like, that's the thing that we're, like, I feel like we can all happily acknowledge is that we've all got guilty pleasure series. Again, one of mine is, Kamfa, right? Like, I've talked before about it. Kamfa is a terrible series. It is not good quality. It is pretty trash. But I fucking love it. Because it is, it's just guilty pleasure to me. It is a series literally about a guy that's given a band that turns him into a magical girl in a sense. And it's about the fact that there's a bunch of people that have these bands, and it's two teams that are fighting against each other, and you find out that the whole reason that he even got given a band, which he shouldn't have been given, was because an admin kind of liked him, but was like, It literally just, I don't like men, so I wanted you to turn into a woman, and then I'm going to mind control you and corrupt you enough that you only want to be a woman because I'm a lesbian, but I kind of like your personality enough. So I'm just, yeah, that's literally her rationale. I like that series. No, the Naruto person used to want to train and fought against prejudice to be his own man, but then he betrayed Naruto by making him literally Christ in the universe and was destroying the creators. Yeah, that's fair. I can understand where you're coming from with that. As someone that hasn't like watched anything but like one movie of Naruto, I can't speak too much to it. But I can definitely understand that feeling of betrayal of that, right? I've definitely been in series where I feel that they betrayed the purpose of what they're trying to tell as a story. And it just feels insulting. An objectively good anime where the hell is the rest of Spy X Family? Yeah, Spy X Family is a good series. I actually saw the other day like a fan done version of like how that series should end, and god, that was really good. It's basically Yor and Lloyd have to fight because they're going after each other, and then they basically as their killer selves, and it's like Lloyd sees her as the Thorn Princess and goes, oh my god, was this the plan the whole time? He pulls off the face once Anya turns up, and she just goes like, oh, are you just trying to pretend to be the husband to trick me and all this? It got really good. It was real fucking nice. I like that. But yeah, I get where you're coming from, Jin, on that. Like, 100%. Like, I can't. There are some things that I can't forgive, personally, and I'm not trying to say that I am high and mighty for these things. I'm just saying I can't forgive them. Right? Like, at the end of the day, that's where I'm coming from with these things. That's where I want to stress. Because I know, online, the discourse is very hard to sometimes be able to track between when someone's saying, like, I don't like this, and it's like, oh, so you hate it. It's like, no, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say... So yeah, my point with Mushoku Tensei is that I can't like the series myself because of all of the problems it has. If you're going to try and ignore the problems, I can't have a discussion with you. If you're going to acknowledge the problems, I can have a discussion with you. But acknowledge that I'm not really going to change my mind on that series. It's done a very good job of convincing me as itself, right? The end with the Foragers becoming a real family, Lloyd and Yor getting married for real as their real selves and adopting Anya and not accepting anything else. Yeah, no, that was basically what that fan ending did, is that Anya basically admits that, like, the whole reason those two ended up together is because she wanted them together, which did a really good job of, like, she explains this is what happened, and so, what was it, you have this moment where Yor is dealing with the fact that she's defending a government that would do this to children. So she's horrible, she doesn't deserve a good life. And Lloyd is beating himself up because it's like, I've just not done enough. I needed to do more, I needed to be better, I needed to, all these sorts of things, and he's like struggling with the fact of like, should he even keep going with his mission, and all these sorts of things. It was a really good thing. If you guys want me to, I can go try and find it and post it in the Discord for you guys to like go watch it yourselves, because it was really good. Genuinely. Highly recommend it as a little again, it was a little fan ending to the series. It was a little dubbed comic. It's actually quite long too. But it didn't stop it from being good. Give me a sec. I coin flip because the author disrespects their viewers. Yeah. I did hear that the anime adaptation is apparently looking to change some of the things in the later seasons to make stuff less scummy. I don't know how true that is though, because my source is from subreddit. Yeah. Not knowingly, she's an assassin, but private sect. She knows she's defending personnel though. Like, it's still her country that she's working for. She's eliminating individuals from, that are threats to her country. She knows that. She doesn't know all the scummy stuff. Yeah, that's the point, though. That's why I say, like, that's what that ending's so good, is because it's her coming to understand, I didn't know, and these are the people I've been, like, defending and siding with. So she actually wants to go kill her own government, basically, at the end of this. Here you go. It's 18 minutes long. I'll go post it in the Discord in the video section. I highly recommend having a look at this later. If you're a fan of the series, know that it is a fan-done thing. My government would never do anything sus. I mean, let's be honest, we all kind of have that in the back of our heads, right? Is there's this nagging, like, bit of patriotism that everyone has to their country that's like, oh, well, not my country. Not my country. No, that would not be, that would not happen here. Which pisses me off about New Zealand. And I'm getting very close to the line of things that I don't want to talk on normally, but I'm just gonna finish this off because there was this issue at one point. Was we had a massacre happen in New Zealand. It was a few years back, like 6 or 7 years ago. And it was completely unacceptable. A lot of people lost their lives at a mosque shooting. And the only thing I hated the most out of that situation was that the government kept saying over and over again one phrase. This is what they kept saying. This isn't something a New Zealander would do. This isn't something we do. Needless to say, the person that did it was a man that kind of moved between Australia and New Zealand a lot. And yeah, I hated the situation because it just meant that it felt like we weren't taking responsibility for the mistakes in that situation that were caused by our systems. So yeah. Also, stretch! Ah! Ah! Ooh, there's a bit of a crick in my neck. So yeah, I understand. I understand that, like, obviously what I explained was probably very understood by people, by different root things. I just hate it. I just really hate that that's the situation, and I can only pull from that in recent time, to explain my dislike from a very personal perspective. At Crunchyroll, still open looking at Spike's family, saw the bus bomb episode and was reminded of the time Anya said she was okay, but burst into tears the moment you all turned up. Yeah. No, yeah. I can't understand, but I get it. I get it, Jen. Yeah. Let's move on from that discussion, because like I said, that was already kind of going into that category of discussions that I try not to have on stream, because they tend to get too polarizing and make someone upset. Politics, everybody. Can feel your blood boiling already. Yeah. Anyone have wholesome anime recommendations? I haven't actually watched anime for a hot minute, so I can't really give you any good ones, sorry. If I focus on me and how I can live my life. Yeah, I mean, not dragging us into that conversation, but a very good point to acknowledge for people. And I guess an important life lesson to be had is trying to realize that so much of the world is going to be outside of your control, and you can't change that. So what you need to do is try your best to not let the things outside of your control negatively impact you. Right? You familiar with Fate? I don't know if there's any Fate that I would call lighthearted. Oh, no, sorry. I'm forgetting that one series. You guys remember the cooking series? They did for Fate. Yeah, Emiya Cooking, yeah. Where it's literally just the Fate Stay Night cast, but like, they come around for home-cooked meals. That's a hell of a vibe. If you want an older series, actually, I'll always recommend, Watakoi. Which is a real nice vibe series. that I enjoy. Yeah, Elia, yeah, that one's a real good one. Well, I wouldn't say real good one. It's enjoyable. It definitely will give you, the energy of, for the god's sake, just fuck already kind of energy, right? Where you're like, just say that you love each other, for fuck's sakes. For the love of God, just stop with the farce. Y'all know what I mean. Little Witch Academia. Okay, can I say a controversial, what I consider a controversial opinion about that? I didn't really mind it, but I was like, also, why is this as popular as it is? I don't understand why Little Witch Academia is like big. Cute girls doing cute things. Yeah, but like, then why are people not talking about Yuri Yuri all the time? Because that series literally peaked that shit. That's an old series too. If you've not watched that, that's another good one. You want to see fucking literally like constant Yuri action? That's a good series. Was it made by Studio Trigger? Fuck, imagine if it was, though. Now that's an imagery you're gonna have to, like, get through. That's a fucking wild time. Where the main love interest takes the entire series to start dating. I want to see them get together episode 1, spend the series dating. Golden Time! I will recommend Golden Time. If you want to have both a really, really good series, but also have, like, massive emotional damage, Golden Time. To anyone that's watched Golden Time, you'll know what I fucking mean. I swear to God, name an episode that doesn't end with, like, a problem. No emotional damage? Okay, think of it like this. It gives you a little bit of emotional damage, but it gives you a nice, heartwarming ending, right? Like, the emotional damage it gives you is justified. It is just normal rom-com, slice of life drama. But slightly tuned up somewhat spots, but a better ending because of it. Like, Golden Time is one of the gold standards I have for romance anime. So I actually do recommend it, genuinely. Like, I would put it in the same category as, like, Toradora for setting, like, it being what I expect from a romance series to an extent. Oh, Bookseller Honda-san, that's a good one. But yeah, Interview Monster Girls anime is a pretty solid one. I like that one. I can't wait for there to be more of it, if there ever will be. I mean, that just kind of reminds me of what was the Animal High School one? Where, like, the main girl is a tiny wolf, and the main guy is the only other human there. Cells at Work. Cells at Work's good. I like that one a lot, just for the, like, nerdy science of it as well. Beastars, but it's totally not what you said. No, I can't remember what it is. It's like Secho Academy or something like that. I mean, BNA is a fun one if you're wanting a fun series. That's a good one. Kobayashi Dragon Maid, yes. Oh, all of Kobayashi-san is such a good series. Me hoping for more of it to ever be done. Isn't that the actually 300-year-old dragon is it okay series? No, I'm trying to think of the one I'm thinking of. You're making me have to go look. Give me a second. Sento Academy. Sento Academy Join the Pack is the one I'm talking about. Senton Academy. Gate is not wholesome. Gate is so good, but yeah, I'm not gonna call that wholesome. Is Zombieland Saga wholesome? I don't know if I'd call that wholesome. It's got quite a lot of conflict for a series that I'd recommend letting it. I know, it's a vibe. It is a vibe. Angeled beats? No, I would not consider that. That is hella emotion trauma. I'm gonna be real with you. I'd never recommend that if you were feeling a little down. I'm saying that pretty absolutely. Hey, Matthew. Oh, no, what's the oversized cat anime? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Where it's like the cat that grows up? That one's a fun one. That's a vibe. It's wholesome. Don't you fucking dare, Jen. Power of girlfriendship. I mean... Shut up. No. We're not recommending that. If you want to... Okay. Question to anyone that's watched it, you'll know why I'm making this joke. You know what? You want to see a fucking beautiful girl power friendship series? Yuna Yusha is a hero. I've just given anyone that watched that series a bit of emotional damage. Have fun with that. Found another good one. I want to love you till your dying day. Appears on another Yuri with the first episode of Literally Quoting the Kiss. Only 3 episodes so far though. Don't know it then. Top of my head. Is the anime pure degeneracy kind of wholesome for distracting you from life? I mean, there are some series I definitely like having as brain off series, right? Need to check out the smoking behind the supermarket. I know that one's... I've heard so much about that and I've seen clips from it and god, it looks good. It looks right up my alley for a series I'll definitely enjoy. So I'll definitely be watching that at some point. Did watch all of Assassination Classroom. I still haven't actually finished that. I really need to get back to it. Because I was enjoying what I was watching of it. It was just, at the time, I believe, I just kind of was getting a little bit sick of anime, so I just didn't want to watch it. I think I was working on some stuff. Man, it's because I didn't end up watching YouTube instead. For some reason, God knows my brain goes there first. Oh, look, so this is where I openly acknowledge I watch a lot of YouTube because I watch YouTube while I do shit, right? It's very hard for me to find series to watch while I'm, like, doing things. So, like, watching just a clip on YouTube is much, much easier than, or like watching a video on YouTube that's like an episode in length of time. It's much easier for me than sitting down for an anime where I have to like actually pay a little bit of attention potentially. That's why I like watching Battlestar Galactica to an extent, because I don't have to have my eyes on the screen 100% of the time with that one. Because it's English is one of the main things. I can watch it with listening, and also I've watched the series before, so I get that benefit. I watch YouTube instead of doing things, and I hate it, but content, brain go brr. Ah, see, that's the difference, I guess, is like, I use it as my, like, background noise. Yeah, Days of the Kids Summer Camp, that might be fun. But Beers beats Battlestar Galactica? What? Nothing beats Battlestar Galactica. She has a great warship. Someone has clearly never had their identity stolen before. No, surprisingly. I've been very lucky with that. So yeah, I'm sorry. I seem to be failing you on the reference understanding. It's The Office? Oh, that explains a lot. I have watched like 2 episodes of The Office at most. Dude, like, the only references I know from that are, like, parkour and, the screaming no, and, it's called hentai and it's art. That's about it. overdue speeding ticket, and if I don't pay, I'll be arrested or something along those lines. Oh, I always love those ones. Dude, I've talked about this before. I'm terrible for the fact that, like, when I get scam stuff, depending on what it is, if I've got the time, I will play with the scammer because it's just fun. I think some of my favorites have been, like, when it's very much, like, a very clear, like, phishing attempt or something like that, and they'll send me, like, an email with, like, nude photos in it, and I'm like, I think one of my favorite responses ever was, nice boobs, but mine are bigger, and it's like, oh, why don't you show me? I don't think you want to see man boobs, and I never got a response. Why did your viewer count go up when you mentioned hentai? You know, here's how the world works. It's called hentai. It's art. Yeah, no, same Matthew. I don't even have a driver's license, nor do I own a car, so it's real funny when those come through, because it's like, what else? There's also post ones here in New Zealand where we get a scam that's like, your parcel is failed to deliver. You need to pay a fee amount, or you need to give us reconfirm your address, or whatever. You get these as text messages, as well. So just to anyone that understands, these are coming through as like normal messages. They're not even using like special encode points, so you can tell that they're not legitimate. Because, like, in New Zealand, we have very specific numbers for these sorts of things. I always like to reverse search the numbers as well for just fun's sake, see if I can find where they are. Can you tell that I'm, like, one of the worst kind of people for this sort of shit? So don't try and scam me, guys. I have fun with it. One time was a group chat, yeah. Yeah, that happens as well. And start acapellaing hold music. That's amazing. Oh no, I think I've told this story before. Still to this day, my favorite that I've ever heard of one of my friends doing was when they were in a wheelchair. Due to literally breaking their ankle in a stupid fucking way. They got a phone call. There was a telemarketer about, gym memberships. And so the caller, bless their soul, I actually feel bad for this one. Bless their soul, asked her, so, what would you like to accomplish with, if you were to get one of our memberships? Oh, I'd just really like to be able to walk again. They hung up. I feel like whoever was on the other end of that line needed to, like, take a fucking lap. How are you supposed to respond to that? So yeah, it's one of my favorite tales for that stuff. Like, how the fuck are you supposed to respond to that? Like, you just have to take that shit in the chops. So yeah, there you go, chat. If you ever wanted, like, to hear one of your best lines that you could ever do, just pull that shit out and see how they respond. Alright, and then... That'll do. Alright. And, you know, just a slight reminder that we've been talking about all this random shit while I've been drawing a bunny girl. How's everyone's days been? No, okay, you know what I want to talk about? I've just got reminded of Battlestar Galactica. I want to talk about a maneuver that happened in one of the last episodes I was watching. That's such a fucking cool moment in the series, and I think you don't even need to know the series well to understand its maneuver. Right? So, Battlestar Galactica is a really cool series in that it has, like, it's all spaceship shit. There is a sequence of events that happen. At the end of one of the seasons, they find a planet they can live at, right? Now, this is cool, But they're still getting chased by the machine race called the Cylons. But they find this location, they shouldn't be found. They get found. The attack fleet that's flying in the air over, like in the skies, above the planet, jump away because they cannot fight that force. And leave all the people on the ground just to get basically taken over for about 4 months. Then they finally organize a thing to basically come get them back. So what they do is, let's say the planet is here, right? And there is the bad guy ships around the place. They're called base stars. They basically look like, if I was to draw them, they kind of look like this from above. But think of it like it is 2 of this shape with the inversion, right? So it's, if you look at them from the side, they're more like... this sort of thing, with like a pillar in between, right? So there's a couple of these ships over here. They send in some like little ships to fire off a bunch of drones that make it look like 2 giant warships have turned up. The 2 battle stars they have. So these ships come out to investigate, and now they're far away from the planet. They figure out it's drones. Okay, what the fuck are they doing? In the atmosphere of the planet, so let's just say this is the ground, this is the top of the atmosphere. They jump a warship that's the size of a small city, like multiple football fields long sort of shit, and let it free fall. Launch the fighters out of it really quickly, and just as it's like in fucking maybe 20 to 100 meters from the ground, they jump the fuck away again. They have like a minute before they collide with the surface. From the moment they jump in. It's so good. Cause it's just like they're fighting and they're like going on, and they're like, okay, how are we gonna get this? How are we gonna get our support? And they just hear the noise above them. And imagine seeing this just like tiny little blip above you, and you're like, wait a minute, isn't that our battleship? I want to see if I can find the scene. It's so good. Battlestar Galactica, New Caprica Rescue. Operation Rescue New Caprica. I think this is it that I'm gonna need. By the way, I want to keep stressing, I fucking love this series very, very dearly. But like, we're talking about a very, very big ship. Oh yeah, this is kind of fucked up. I'm gonna skip through this because this is a very intense sequence.
We're agreed. Evacuate the entire facility. I'll stay behind and set off the nuke. should go as well, Caprica. And you. I don't think you'll want to be here after we've gone. There's a place for you too.
For me.
Well, you were right and we were wrong. There should be some reward for that.
Guys, we should go.
Yeah, I know. I just turned the music off because it's like, wait a fucking minute.
You're gonna get your wish, Gaius.
Oh no, this is already after that maneuver's been done. Oh.
Ships are getting off the ground. Jumping away. Only a few left now. FTL's back online. Pegasus is taking a hell of a pounding, sir. I don't think she has a single plane in here.
They left all of his planes.
This sequence was pretty cool. Basically, they had one tactically more powerful warship than the Galactica called the Pegasus. And his son is in charge of it. He's got fuck all people on it. He's jumped in when he shouldn't have to help them out, and
Come on home.
this is basically how the end of the fight kind of goes, is they're going all back onto the Galactica emergency to jump out of there. And that just leaves the Pegasus.
I believed in you. Pills.
So what do you do when you've got one of the best warships that is around anymore and your reverses a sense of foes that you can't fight and can't beat? You end it the best way you damn well can.
Abandoned ship. All hands, abandoned ship. Report to evac Raptors and jump to rendezvous point.
I'll show this, but I'll see if I can find the other thing or something.
Alright, people, let's move!
Because this is just amazing.
Let's go! You too, Commander.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So remember, these Cylons have been murdering all of them. They have committed genocide, basically, or attempted to. So how about we do a little tiny middle finger at the end? So they're all gone. Ships left alone on automation. Fuck your bullshit. But that's not all. One more little middle finger in the end. Hell yeah! If you know you're going down, you might as well take as many as you fucking damn well can. Here we go. This is what I was looking for.
Jump preparation complete. My board is green. Ready to jump, sir.
Stand by to launch Blue Squadron.
This is the Admiral. All hands, brace for turbulence.
So, realize at
Spaceship's
this
just close.
moment, you're like, wait, why do you mean turbulence? There's no turbulence when you
Battlestar
jump
targets.
normally.
Trick.
Let's fucking go!
Altitude 99,000, falling like a rock. Launch them all. And by FTL.
Clear for launch.
Well, this ought to be different.
You're clear. Stand by. Jump. Vipers, everybody hold!
Hot dog, Red Wing. I see friendlies pinned down outside the shipyard gate. Roger.
So there you go. That's what I was talking about, where it is just literally, how close can we get to the surface before we blow up? About this close. I cannot stress enough how, like, that is just one of the many beautiful moments that series has going for it. I fucking love Battlestar Galactica a lot. And that moment is so good. But fucking just the idea of it's like, okay, so what's our plan? Oh, we're gonna jump into the planet. What? But it works! Because it's like, okay, what do we need on the ground? We need to be able to defeat their air superiority on the ground so everyone can get in the ships to get away. We'll give them fighters. How do we give them fighters? We launch them in the planet. We drop in Atmo. It's so fun. So yes, I will always stress Battlestar Galactica is probably one of my favorite TV shows of all time. If not the most favorite TV show. Only possibly second off the top of my head to, like, Babylon 5. Alright. Now we're back to the relaxing chillness music that is for art and vibing. One of the Universes Beyonders for next year? You mean the World of Warcraft? Because of the D&D book? Yep. No, I do know about that. Because to those that might not know, there is a D&D book coming out for, it is D&D, but World of Warcraft, and if Wizards of the Coast are able to get the IP for D&D, there's a very, very high chance they've got the IP for Magic as well. Like, it is a very safe assumption to make. Personally don't think so, because they have their own game. If you're talking about the World of Warcraft card game, no, don't count that. If you're talking about Hearthstone, I could see a valid argument, but I disagree, because by that same argument, why did Marvel get a set when there's Marvel Snap? And when we've been promised that we're getting more fantasy-styled universes beyond, it's a valid assumption. You see my point of, like, I can immediately see where you're going with that argument, and I can give you the counter-argument within minutes. Blizzard have also become very money hungry, so the likelihood of them not making a deal like that is very low. I say this as, I want to stress, someone might call me out, but I say this from the perspective of a once hardcore Blizzard fanboy, but now I would prefer to see that company go under for its own sake. Alright, chat, what do we think? Also, a third-party D&D book Kickstarter video has been shown up as an ad. It's called Dungeons and Daddies with the tagline, not a BDSM book. Okay, I kind of fucking love that. But yeah, no, I hate that I am one of those, I feel so, like, old and bitter when it comes to talking about, like, Blizzard and Blizzard products. Because, like, I still play Hearthstone. I still play Hearthstone, like, every other day. Right now. Right? So, before someone goes, like, oh, you haven't played in ages, I still play Blizzard games. I just don't put money into them. I still kind of like the idea of playing StarCraft from time to time. I just don't bother downloading it, because it's just a nightmare to play. Like, install it, play it, have problems with it, until it installs properly again. And then at that point in time, was it worth my time? What did AutoMod hit you with? Yeah, AutoMod hits a lot of random things. Again, it's not really within my control space. But yeah, no, I loved Blizzard. I genuinely did. One of the first games I played of theirs was Warcraft 3. Played Warcraft 3, I played original StarCraft, I played World of Warcraft, I played StarCraft 2 to a competitive level. I played Diablo 3 a shitload as well, and I've played Hearthstone since it came out, only taking like a total of maybe 2 or 3 years off the game. Like, I've taken years off playing it a few times. I've missed entire seasons, like entire rotations of cards, before. But I don't know. I come back to Hearthstone because it's just a really easy game for me to play. And it helps me with a couple of things. But yeah, no, I kind of want Blizzard to just stop fucking up. Like, this is the problem so many of these sorts of companies that were built on passion, and were smaller have, like, had happen to them, is that as the world has progressed, those studios have stopped having that core identity that they once had. And I don't see Blizzard as Blizzard anymore. Like, the first Overwatch game I played even, right? I only played a little bit. I played maybe like, I think in total 2 or 3 days worth of hours. And most of it was playing like fucking Hanzo or some shit. But yeah, no, I do agree with what Matthew said there. It's like, you either die a hero or yourself become the villain. Like, that's what Blizzard is. Blizzard stopped being the company that I loved and cared for a long time ago. In fact, I think the moment that I got hurt the most by them, personally, was when Heroes of the Storm got killed. The game's still around, technically, but I believe the amount of developers that work on it right now are countable by a hand. And I want to stress, do you want to know how much I believed in that game? And if anyone's going to try and call me out on shit, I'm going to tell you guys how much I believed in that game and how much I truly thought it was a great game. I was potentially weeks away from actually long-term screwing my life over, in retrospect, from moving over to the US to be a professional player for it. Yeah. There was a team that had me lined up to go with them, and I said I needed more time, and then a few weeks later, they announced that they were killing the esports scene. So if anyone ever wonders why I speak so, like, bitterly now about Blizzard and so favorably about it in the past, there's your moment. What a stroke of luck. Yeah, no, again, like, I heard whispers of something going on, and I just needed to sort a lot more of my affairs at the time. And I'm glad I held off. I'm very glad I held off. But it is still incredibly upsetting, when you think about it. Because I fucking loved that game. Now, can you still play it? Yes. But, like, I don't know, man. Hey, I loved that game. I really did. I have, like, alpha and beta tags for myself in that game. I was part of the first global wave to play that game of people. I was one of the first people to discover the Kerrigan combo that became one of the reasons why she became the most popular is, if you pressed your W with the duration of how long it takes for it to jump upwards, if you E'd someone, which is kind of like a conal rake towards you, so it's like they pop up at the end of range and then they come towards you, and all that, and drag them to your position. If you W right in front of you and then do that immediately, you could make it so they would get hit by the W's rupture effect and get stunned, and then you could Q them, and if they were a squishy, they were probably just dead. And it became one of her most popular combos. I was one of the first people to discover it. I love that game. I truly did love that game. So if anyone was wondering as well, by the way, why I kind of never wanted to go competitive with games, that was partly why. Because after that, I considered if I would go competitive with other games, like I might go back to League of Legends or something, and I'm like, I just don't feel the drive anymore. Like, I like to get a good rank when I can. Like, Hearthstone's a good example. At the moment, I'm pretty consistent in being able to get top ranks. But, like, I don't care to get into the top 100 in Legend. Because what do I gain out of it? Nothing. I only rank up because at the end of season, which is every month, you get rewards based on your rank. And I can get to Legend very easily. So you just get the rewards. I think I'm sitting at like 2 ranks below Legend right now. And that's with playing one of my worst decks that is just performing well because it's a fun deck for me to play. And because people keep playing really greedy decks that are funny to play against. I play a lot more Wild than I do Standard, sometimes. Now, Wild is really bad, because Wild is Hearthstone's Eternal format. So it means all cards are pretty much theoretically available to you. Aside from, like, some cards that they might ban from Wild, or yada yada yada, right? Because they banned one recently that did make me a little upset from the Eternal format. But I play the Eternal format, and in that game mode, a good chunk of the time the game is over by turn, like, 5 or 6, right? Like, someone can be killed at turn 5 or 6. Realize, by comparison, on Standard, you will probably kill them at maybe turn 12. But that's not even a guarantee. In fact, it's more often than not, I would say it can go into, like, the 20s. Right? I play a deck that is literally just Murlocs. I play a Murloc. I keep playing Murlocs. I keep throwing them at the opponent. They die. Because they're trying to do something, and they're not prepared to just keep getting hit in the face. It's very funny. And the best part is, if I die or lose the game, I don't feel like I invested much energy into it, so I don't feel upset. Because I played Murloc. I hear and then I repeat the process. You want a soundbite of Murloc Malith? Realize I can do that voice way too easily. I know why. I learned to do Murloc noises a long time ago, and they're just, like, something I can do very easily. Should I do it? Okay, so I think I've proven my point. I had a lot of fun with that, actually. There you go. There's your 10 minutes of Murloc noises. So I've proven my point of, is your throat okay? Yeah. No, genuinely, Murloc is really, really easy to me. It is one of the simplest things I can do on, like, just off the cusp. You'd think it would be, like, way more intense, but, like, there is just specific techniques to it that make it really relaxing and fun to do. I don't know if I can explain it very easily how I do it, but it's kind of like I close my throat, sort of, and just push air out of it. I think, like, it's the tongue does a lot of movement to let it through. But that's why, like, I can do so much tonal with it. I can have so much... Like, that's why I was able to do... quite easily, because that just requires me to push it up to a higher pitch. Yeah, no, that's very fine on my throat. Again, the Pyro voice is arguably worse on my throat, and that one's still fine. It was only that one time where it was bad because, I had been up for like 20-something hours at the time, having talked the whole time. Can we have a song sung in Murloc? I mean, I did a little bit of singing in Murloc during that, but yeah, I could do a whole song of that. Never underestimate the sheer stupidity that I'm able to accomplish. I don't know what it is, right? But, like, I can do monster noises substantially easier than I can do, like, human voices. In a lot of ways. But, like, it's the same with drawing, arguably. I'm actually better at non-human than I am at human. I know I've not got great evidence in front of me that I'm bad at human, but, like... Because arguably this isn't actually that bad of a drawing. Oh... Yeah, how do you explain that, like, 10-minute period of time to anyone outside of the stream? So I just watched a guy fucking make gargling, like, high-pitched noises. Dude, Murlocs are fucking funny. I love Murlocs. Me, when they make a playable race of Murlocs in WoW, that's what I want. That would probably make me come back to the game. They'll never do it, but it might make me come back to the game. The Legion expansion got me very close to wanting to come back to the game, because I'm sorry, but, like, I was an edgy, like, kid at one point. I fucking love Illidan. You are not prepared. Might actually happen in the WoW D&D book. Dude, I fucking love that. 10,000 years. Literally, does Illidan say anything other than those lines? I swear to God. My Tyrande. Why'd you have to date my brother? I'm sorry, Illidan, but you're too edgy for me. No! You are not prepared! You know why I'm so excited for a World of Warcraft Magic the Gathering set? I may have just, like, unlocked the joke for you guys immediately by saying that. Can you tell me how Illidan will not have the prepared mechanic? Like, tell me how he can't, like, he's not gonna, it's literally on the card text, you are not prepared until your end step. Oh, that'd be so good. Welcome back, Nash. Did you not like the Murloc? Aww. Poor Murloc. He's gonna cry now. There you go. You know the best part about that Illidan statement about the 10,000 years? That's how long he's been in prison for. That's not even how old he is. I have been imprisoned for 10,000 years. Illidan, what a dumbass. Okay, do we think Illidan's gonna prepare other cards? Is that what he's gonna do as a mechanic? I feel like he's gonna prepare other cards. So it's just like, you are prepared. You are now prepared. I'll be forever my meme. I swear all of my friends are not gonna want to play if they make a World of Warcraft one. It's gonna unprepare cards? Oh my god. You may unprepare cards for every card you unprepare, you gain like stats or some shit. That would be amazing. Question. And this is going to be a question I feel like only I can answer. Do you think Illidan's going to have first strike or double strike? Because he's got to have at least one of those keywords. I wouldn't be surprised if they give him a metamorphosis effect as well. How fast is he? Very. I mean, he should technically have flying, but I would argue that that should be his, like, if they're gonna make a flip version of him so he metas, then he gets flying. Flying and trample, definitely. 100% flying and trample. Probably loses one of them? I don't know. He technically should keep it because of the way meta works. Haste impossible double strike. Well, yeah. Like, if you saw how he acts and how he works, like, realize he is, he's got double, glaives, right? As his weapons. And these glaives are like, they are like fucking massive. So he double swings them a lot. I would assume it's gonna be double strike. I wouldn't be surprised if they give him haste. I wouldn't be surprised if they give him some form of evasion, personally. It wouldn't be incorrect, but I would be surprised if they give him that many keywords. I'll be honest. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is like a meta effect where he gets to do metamorphosis, because that's very important to his kit as well. And I would assume that that will give him at least flying, if not trample as well. Unless they try and do something with the I-beam, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. It really does depend on how much they're willing to commit to Illidan, personally. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'll be surprised if the Lich King is anything less than blue and black, if not potentially also white. Oh. You think they'll referencing the plague? You mean the tainted blood plague? I remember that era. That was fucking hysterical. What boss was that again? I feel like I should remember which boss that is. I remember what they look like. Corrupted blood, sorry, it's corrupted blood. There's a specific boss that caused it. And it's like... Yeah, Hakar, that's it. Yeah, Hakar the Soul Flare. Yeah. The final boss of the Zul'Gurub raid. The Zul'Gurub raid. It's not what it's called, but you know. But yeah, no, it gave you corrupted blood stacks, and to those that are wondering how corrupted blood worked, this is a very famous incident. Corrupted blood works is that you get a stack of a DOT over time that escalatingly gets stronger and stronger. Everyone near you, Tainted Blood is the community name. Okay, so that's why I called it Tainted Blood. Thank you. But like anyone near you would get the plague as well. Like everyone would also get the blood. So how it functioned was that in the raid, you were supposed to spread out evenly and try and do certain things with it. Then, what ended up happening, and the best part of it, is people in the middle of the raid would teleport back to towns, and when they got there, they would still have the corrupted blood effect on them, so they would spread it to people and NPCs. And it meant that it got to a point where anyone that spawned in on those towns just died instantly. And it is amazing. Oh, hiya Yawa and Yawa Raiders. How's it going? Hope everyone's having a good time. Make sure to take a good break, some water, all that good stuff. You came in as we were discussing World of Warcraft history.
Ah! Good God! It's hideous.
Thanks,
Beautiful
Jen.
in an ugly way, but mostly hideous.
Thanks, Jen. Got my back there. You guys also missed out on, yeah, the Murloc Malith. If you guys were wondering, there was a 10-minute period of time where I was having to do Murloc noises. You want missed Murloc? Okay, I'll give you a little bit of Murloc. We'll just do a quick polymorph. Alright, there you go. That for 10 minutes. I love it. I love it very dearly. Says Malice real speech. How dare you? That's rude. I can't believe it. Yeah, guys, y'all was bullying me again. What am I to do? How am I to respond to such mean things? Right, also warning to those with the art that I've been doing, this one is a little bit on the saucy side. We have been doing a bunny girl outfit. Yeah, take it as you will. Very pretty, though. Very happy with it so far. Posted the clip of the Murloc Mallet in Yao's Discord. There you go, Yao. You can have a better experience of the initial Murlocingness. Then I immediately started talking about Illidan because I love Illidan. You are not prepared. He says like that, and I was imprisoned for 10,000 years. Like, those are his only two lines. I'm a very simple man with very simple, silly memes that I have available to me, okay? You have to understand. But yeah, no, we're also talking very briefly about how there's also likely to be a Magic the Gathering World of Warcraft set next year, which is kind of funny. I don't know if should I buy into that set? That's a hard one. There's a part of me that's like, I loved World of Warcraft back in the day. I really did. But also, I really want to give them money. Here a little bit because I think it's a bit plain. Yeah, we do silly voices here all the time, to those that don't know. Hence the Murloc. It's the objectively funniest voice. Chat, which do you think has been the funniest voice I've done up till now? What do y'all think? We've had a few different ones. The one you use now? Telling me I sound funny, yo? That's kind of mean. Murloc, Nobles, Goku, or Doof, those are pretty good Pete ones. Nobles Goku is like a hell of a reference no one's gonna understand. Called yourself silly earlier this evening? I don't know what you're talking about. It is morning, Yawa. Just so you know. It is only 10 in the morning. Can't flee from that comment. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not running from nothing. My god. Dr. Murloc Schmiths? Do you want Dr. Doofenshmirtz with a Murloc thing going on? How do I even try and do that? Ah, yes! I have to do this voice, but then like... Nah, it's not gonna come through. The infliction is not gonna play out. Yeah. Murloc takes a very specific part of my throat and mucks it up to do the thing. Because I have to basically close my throat for it. And use all of the effort to breathe. And use my tongue to force out the air at specific ways to do it. Which is why, again, it doesn't hurt my throat to do. It's very simple and very relaxing for me to do. But it does mean that it's pretty locked in once you start doing it. I can do a lot of range while I'm in there, but I can't probably, like, make it audible. 10:22 and freezing. It is still minus temperatures at the moment, yeah. It's like -2 degrees where I am, I think. Dog's got the zoomies, hell yeah. That's the best thing. The dog's got the zoomies, so you might have to go outside, but you don't want to go outside because it's cold as hell. Good times. Good times. I believe some people actively seek out being unfluffy. I believe people being unfluffy were victims of circumstance. Recent years taught me that the opposite in my own family. Nuclear family, pun intended. Hell yeah. Yeah, it do be like that. Some people just don't want to be fluffy. That sucks. Speaking of, fluffy, do we want to add anything to this? Or are we happy with this design so far? Knowing that this is kind of like, I don't know, it's an ambiguous character. I could make it Narissa. I just need to change a little bit. No, I'm not gonna. We have to fluffy the entire world. Yeah, I was gonna cover the world in fluffy. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. Depends on how you plan on doing it. The ends do not justify the means, after all. Where would that be a bad thing? I mean, if the whole world's fluffy, would I be allowed to move around still because there's that much fluff in the air? See what I mean? Gotta think practically about this. You want to invade my plush room? I know. I like plushies. I like fluffy and cute things. This is why I hang out with you, Yawa. Behold the Fluffinator! If this, I'll turn the whole world fluffy! 10 meters of plus shark on top of you. I mean, I could, potentially. I have a weird amount of strength. Yeah, I was just upset because, like, I'll probably end up, if we ever meet up, picking her up, like this. Here you go, chat. That's what it's gonna look like. No, it's not a wedgie. It's me grabbing the top of the shirt. Yeah, the collar. Yeah. That's just mean. Well, you call me mean anyway, so I might as well be mean, so, you know, it's easier. Look, Yawa gotta make marketable plushie. Exactly, we've gotta make a marketable plushie of Yawa. And it's not mean. Exactly! I'm never mean. Sings chat lullaby. Do you want me to put? Wait, we could always do ASMR mic again. Some of y'all liked that. I know Nash hated it because it makes his disc vibrate.
Twinkle, little jet, always dressing like a cat, looking on this old man guy.
Good God. I forgot about that. I actually had forgotten completely about that. Time for bed. Yeah. Yawa, go sleeps. Go have good sleeps. Have good dreams. Catch you later. Well prepared with the bits. That scares me. Today was the day Mela sang the fox to bed. Now she's gonna have to deal with the fact that, like, she goes to bed right after I sing a lullaby. So she's clearly going to bed with my lullaby. Which is the rule, right? Enforcement learner. Oh no. My marketable shirt holding my marketable plushie available on Uber Market. Hell yeah. Mal's no. What did I do? I did nothing. I'm. See, why am I the one that gets in trouble? We'll fix this by listening to music before naps. Oh, so I'm not good enough, am I? Is that how it is? I'm gonna cry. Catch you later, Yawa. What do I want to do with this? Do I want to color it? I kind of don't want to color it, but I probably should. Buy marketable shirt of a few sizes small so I can get motivated during workout by putting the shirt in front of you. Yeah. Is the New Zealand sheep. Oh god, can we talk? No, okay. I have to talk about something. New Zealand, what the fuck? Okay, I need to go find a specific tweet. Give me a second. So, Chat, I'm sorry, but you're gonna be introduced to a very long-standing meme that we New Zealanders have had to endure. We're used to it by now. It's fine normally. But, so this is a new ad for, this is actually my bank as well. Right?
Where I came from, I was just another number. But I wanted something more. So I left those following days behind. Being my own shepherd was harder than it looks. Then I found somewhere that saw things differently. After that, no fence could hold me back. I found my new flock, could cut my wool on my terms. And I got a place to call home.
Morning, Buck.
I arrived alone, but I never would have made it here on my own. I just needed a bank that's bucking the system too.
Bank Kiwi. Kiwi Bank.
Right, so that is the ad. I'm going to see if I can find it very easily, but there was a... I wonder if I'll be able to find it easily. It doesn't look like I'll be able to find it easily. Let's go to Twitter quickly. See if I can find it from there. But there was a specific tweet that has been making the rounds in New Zealand. There it is. Okay. I need to fucking click on this amusement quickly. So yeah. We're not beating the fucking allegations. Like, Chad, I can explain. Okay? Chad, I can explain. Never cook again. Never cook again, chat. Never cook again, chat. Alright, yeah. Never cook again. So needless to say, there is a large-scale joke in New Zealand that kind of died down, and now looks like it's back on again. All those decades of propaganda to say we don't fuck sheep, and someone just lets it loose. Never browse live on cam, yeah, Malith. The things I've seen, chat. The things I've seen. Let's just ignore whatever that second image was, by the way, that was in that search. Rule 34 of the internet, Malith, what do you expect? Yeah, but it's New Zealanders, and I'm sorry, but, like, it's not good when they make an ad with a sheep and the first thing that I see about the ad is that someone wants to fuck sheep. It's like, chat, I'm sorry, but like, New Zealanders need to calm. Demand the FBK video to cleanse. Which video? VOD is now nuked? Oh, yeah. The VOD is 100% nuked. Look, I've been drawing a scantily dressed anime girl the whole time. This VOD was already a write-off. Like, she might... this drawing might as well just be her saying, there. Good luck finding Murloc Mallet again. True. Gotta be gone now. Oh, good, Matthew. Catch you later. .8% recalculated. What is this percentage? It makes me scared. I fear it. I'm getting too many transparency trends on Twitter. Didn't they, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they fucking, like, stop the transparency trend or something? Because I feel like either one of two things has happened. Either people are abusing the transparency trend, or it doesn't work properly. Because, like, when I went on phone and I got, like, one or two of them, I was like, okay, I'll click, right? And there was just nothing there. So I'm wondering if it got changed. Transparency trend? It's basically they do, like, what's the best way we could show it, right? Imagine, like, the trend is basically, I'm gonna do this really roughly, so you're gonna have to, respect that, like, this is not a good allocation of it. Imagine you see just that on the Twitter feed, right? And then it says, like, tap me. And then when you tap it, you get the full drawing. Does that explain it the best I think I can? Yeah, that's what the transparency trend is. The people doing it are abusing the fact that, like, they can do that system, and Twitter has an architecture that clicking on it gives you, like, more viewership on it. Right? Yeah. I've seen some of those. A lot of them aren't as, nice. Some of them are very, very lewd. But that's the kind of the point of the trend, is that sort of stuff. Most of the time, we've seen. Video setting gremlins, so. Yeah, that's a really good example of it, Chin. That's not, like, lewd. I've seen a lot of it lewd, though. I will say that. Maybe that's just because that's, like, what I see on my feed a lot. I won't deny that I see a lot of lewd things on my feed. Because, like, I like a lot of lewd art, because a lot of it is very good for anatomy alone. I think it was actually Yawa that reminded me of something that I thought was very, very funny. And I want to point out for things, right? But typically speaking, some of the best artists that do, like, really cute art tend to also be, like, incredibly not safe for work artists, because they can do anatomy the best. Which is why it's really funny that, like, again, poses and anatomy are the two things I'm decent at. Because of what I tend to draw for work. As evident by what I've just drawn today, right? Yeah. Isn't this past my bedtime? How fucking dare. It's not even midday yet. What the fuck are you doing? Like Noxie the other day that just turned up and stream while at work. Isn't it past your bedtime, young man? People in Rock House should not throw glass or some shit. Oh, no. I'm gonna use that now. I'm gonna fucking use that now. Holy shit, that is the best fucking version of that I have ever heard. People in rock houses shouldn't throw glass. I mean, it's not wrong. Woke up and chose violence, to be fair. Oh, you missed it, Clash. We were just talking about the fucking Kiwi bank sheep and how apparently New Zealand's back on the map for wanting to fuck sheep. As our God-given right, apparently. Hey, what? People in through houses should not rock glass. I don't know why. It's got the same energy as Bombulance. That's why. I think it's tickling me. You guys know Bombulance, right? The good old, what was it? The Bond's name, James' name. Please to... What? Bond's name's the James. Are you alright? Bames non's having a stroke. Call a bombulance. That will always tickle me. Look, I refuse to ever accept that being not... Like, that is always funny. It is always funny. I want it said. I want it said right fucking now. If I'm ever sitting there dying of a stroke, I hope to God one of the first responses I hear is, do you want us to call a bombulance? I'm gonna be dying and I'm gonna smile. That's how I want to go out. How I want to go out. AI a video, brain rot should make another version of that video. Like, this is the thing. This is why I stand by. We don't need AI brain rot shit to exist. We can do brain rot ourselves, and it's so much funnier. Why do we need AI to ruin memes? We can do it plenty ourselves. Wanna kill any meme, make an AI version? It's true. I'm pretty sure if I heard an AI version of the, like, home defense as the founding fathers intended, I would probably hate that meme. Home defense as the founding fathers intended is actually also another shitpost I will always get behind. You guys know that one, right? Absolutely treasure. Good on, what was it? Own a musket for home defense, since that's what the founding fathers intended. 4 ruffians break into my house. What the devil? As I grab my powdered wig and Kentucky rifle, blow a golf ball sized hole through the first man, he's dead on the spot. Draw my pistol on the second man, miss him entirely because it's smoothbore and nails the neighbor's dog. I have to resort to the cannon mounted at the top of the stairs, loaded with grape shot. Tally-ho, lads! The grape shot spreads 2 men in the blast, or shreds 2 men in the blast. The sound and extra shrapnel set off car alarms. Fix bayonet and charge the last terrified rapscallion. He pleads out, waiting on the police to arrive, since triangular bayonet wounds are impossible to stitch up, just as the founding fathers intended. Truly as the founding fathers intended. That's my god magic kind of energy. Man's like, no, we don't play counter spells here. We play god's magic, as the founding fathers intended. Rock up to my magic group with a fucking musket. Nowadays, people are just unfunny with fucking weird ass, I don't know, whatchamacallit memes. Some AI slop. Remember when we used to be creative? American jokeです。Konnichiwa. Dude, I will stand by, right? I have a lot of reasons to hate my my parent that I lived with for many years. But can I say one of the like little tiny things that I will never get past? Personally, genuinely, this is a thing, is that she would always be that kind of person. Because so we have Te here in New Zealand, the Maori language, right? We have kia ora is the greeting, the hello. She would say kia ora. Kia ora. So she was the you make my doki doki. Like, she was that kind of energy when she spoke it. I ski diss you. Like, if someone says that, just execute them on the spot, save them the trouble. Look, you might think I'm, like, over-exaggerating with this, but, like, genuinely, it's such a dumb thing. That's fucking yabai cringe. Oh, thanks, I hate it. Dude, I still remember... Do you guys remember the era where, like, if you liked anime, you were a weeb? And then, like, everyone was like, no, I'm not a weeb, I'm an otaku. That shit, I'm glad, is gone. That shit didn't deserve to exist. I don't. I never talked about it. True. That's good. Look, I very much come from the air, like, the people of bully the shit out of them for watching anime, right? I've said this before. As I say, as an anime person online, the sheer irony, I get it. Look, I like anime now. I apologize to everyone I bullied ever for watching anime. But also, it was the thing you did back then. And now I'm juring anime women in bunny girl outfits. The world has changed, man. The world has changed. Kakui. So cool. Kakui desu. I have a conviction I would have been bullied for anything. As a little piece. Dude, I stand by. We've talked about this numerous times. I hate young Malith because young Malith was actually, like, just a terrible person. And young Malith bullied so many people for just no reason. Just because he could. When the island was a cave, yeah. Back when there was only cavemen, Malith would bully all the other cavemen. You unga, I bunga. kind of fits, damn. Thanks. Thank you for that. I'm so appreciative of that thought. You fought others' Ungers with Bunga. You took the woman. I took the men too. Back then, there was no problem with homophobic like there was no homophobia back then. Me can rock into the neighbor's cave. It's time to bunga. No, you're not taking my wife. I didn't say I was bungering your wife. Get over here. That was the stupidest joke I think of. That's up there. Gonna bunker your wife. No time for Unger. I'm here for bunga. I'm here to Unger and Bunger, and I'm all out of Ungers. I don't know why this is as funny to me as it is. It shouldn't be. It's really dumb. If there's an Unger, there's a Bunga way. God damn it. Bunga? Unga Bunga? Oh my god, wait, no. Bunga? Unga Bunga? Oh, I like entertaining myself with the stupidest things. Unga Bunga! I'm going to bunga the tri-state area with my Unganator. I will bunga. Brave Unga only sees bunga. What are the dumbest things I can say today? I spoke for like 10 minutes as a fucking Murloc and now I'm just saying Unga Bunga. The simplest things entertain us sometimes. Bunga me! No! Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's criminal. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, God. What are the dumbest things that can be said today? We're just combining them. This is how memes work. Just combine dumb things until it all works. Gas up, gaslight, girl boss, unga bunga. Play bung. You bunga boy. She was a bunga and he was an unga bunga. Oh my god, no. Free bunk. Oh, I don't know if we're going down a good hole at this point. We're just continuously, like, this is brain rot in action. This is actual brain rot in real time. Seeing... Hell yeah. Something just... What was that? It's got a notification on Steam about something releasing? Was it one of the games I've been looking at? No, there's a lot of porn games that release, but that's the normal. Kind of love how every time I look at Steam main page, like 50% of the newest things that came out, porn games. This is kind of a big announcement, but I feel weird talking about it. I should be able to find your company because I own your game. So I just need to find your game. I'll be able to backtrack it. Here we go. Where do I see stuff about? Official website. You have an official website? There you go, you do. Ooh, that's actually very pretty though. Just go... let's see. Maybe... Oh, shit! Hey, yo! Yeah, I can see what you mean by fucking too new. Fuck! That's awesome! Dude, congrats! Holy shit, no, congrats, genuinely. Dude, that's hella awesome news. Don't know how you should feel yet. No, I fully understand that. But genuinely, congratulations. That's a really awesome deal to hit. Fuck, that is awesome. Yeah. No, I get exactly where you're coming from, because that's like an amount that is like, it's an amount that isn't comprehensible to a normal person, right? In a sense. So I fully get where you're coming from. That's honestly really incredible, dude. I'm real fucking happy for you. That's awesome. The bang digits not go down for a little while. yeah, no, yeah, that's fair. No, that's fucking awesome though. Oh, dude. No, it's awesome as well, because it's just, think of it as more recognition as well of the awesome things you're doing with your games. Like, mad fucking congrats to that. Oh. Dude, if I meet you in real life, I gotta just shake your hand for that alone. Holy shit. It just goes to show that you're making a positive impact on the world in a way that, like, is being recognized. So, take solace in that fact at the minimum. Fuck yeah. I hope you have a mean pizza party from it. That's clearly the first thing you have to do, right? Have a pizza party. Maybe I should drink the Kool-Aid. Maybe I shouldn't look a gift horse in the ass. Maybe I am pessimistic. Look, I'm gonna say now, having been in similar-ish situations to an extent, there is a sense of, like, foreboding and anxiety with it that just won't go away. And it doesn't make sense, right? I'm gonna tell you now that is just there. Right? I wish I could tell you that it's not gonna be like that. Go look at that horse ass. Exactly. No, genuinely, you've done a lot of work, and it's good that you're getting the recognition you deserve. Right. Sorry, I'm just trying to finish this up. Trying to figure out how. Go look at that. That's that exactly. It feels weird having days off work. Oh, look, I get that as well. It's like, we're in an era where it's like you finally get time off and it's like, this doesn't feel right. And you don't know how to spend it. Fucking sucks. Because then you end up wasting your day off doing nothing, but that's also kind of what you need to do. The mixture of imposture and knowing that the cake is made knowing how many duct tapes hold up the building. Yeah. No, again, like, that's why I say, Jen, like, I get where you're coming from a lot. And that's why it's like, it won't feel correct. Like, it just won't. And if it ever does, in a sense, that's actually a bad thing. It's good that it doesn't feel like this is standard. The moment something like that feels standard is when you feel like you're losing a bit of your grip on things. So it's a good thing you're having that feeling. But you should celebrate. You should be patting yourself on the back and rewarding yourself. It is an amazing feat to have done. Should finish formatting the laptop. Oh, yeah, that's right, you're doing that. Not envious. That. I say that, I'm gonna have to start doing some of that shit soon as well. I'm really close to setting up some stuff soon. I'm gonna give everyone a pizza fun. I did a ChatGPT guide. Yeah, it's fair. No, again, like I said, it's have a bit of a celebration, and then work as if it didn't happen. Try and do your best, but acknowledge the fact that, like, that's not gonna feel right. Also, I can't even talk about this because of actual NDA. Just know that I know of a situation that's like yours that I've gone through, and it's gonna feel weird. Took you 3 hours to save all the temp Notepad++ notes. Are probably obsolete, yeah. Got invited for the premium Google Gemini features, despite me never using it. Ugh. Yeah, no, I don't like a lot of the AI they're doing with that systems because it feels that it's incomplete tools that it's offering, and they're trying to push it so hard because it's suffering economically. It's not economically viable currently, and they're trying to push it everywhere, and it's being less and less successful because they're trying to generalize it. Does remind me I do need to have work on something today. I do have a programming thing I need to work on, actually. For someone. That's not like the other long-term programming project I've been working on. And also there's the game. I do want to work on the game soon, by the way. Probably. This is 100 grand bill for tokens. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of shifting, and now only I kind of agree with the ones that you run locally that are almost research helpers. Yep. No, again, LLMs are dangerous. I think that there's a very good acknowledgement to say that LLMs are incredibly dangerous. But I stand by the point that it needs to be made. Yeah, also there's that joke as well, as like Nash said, it's like, it's cheaper, right? Right? It's not. AI needs to be understood as it's a really okay tool in certain contexts. It's good at assisting in research and development tasks, because it can expedite the process of testing. It can be useful in assistant helpering and basically just like a thing to bounce certain things off of. However, there is a acknowledgement that needs to be made with that, is that you cannot trust it, because depending on how it's designed, it might just be attempting to go, no, you're totally correct, right? I mean, I'll always remember the example of like 2 + 2 is 5. No, it's not. It's 4. No, it's 5. Oh, you're so right. It's 5. Like, that is what LLMs tend to end up as. You should know how people stop memorizing phone numbers after iPhones. I imagine something similar with ChatGPT with asking basic questions. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. There are questions I ask ChatGPT myself as well, right? Because like, one of the examples I will use that I used in the past is that, I would give all of the idea of what my game is currently and go, okay, what are some boss ideas? Right? So what are some ideas for the bosses that I want to design? About 20% of them were usable ideas that I could like take something from and dismantle it to make an actual idea that was doable. Only one idea I believe I actually copied from what it gave from AI and was like, no, that actually is a solid idea, right? I don't benefit from chat very often, or like ChatGPT very often. I utilize it in a couple of things, and I test against it a lot of the time with curiosity. I've talked about before how, like, there are some of the searches I have, it's like, okay, what do you think makes money? How would you make money if you were in my position? And it will give me an idea, and I'm like, that won't work, obviously, right? There are all sorts of things to test with it, right? And it is a interesting tool to press against to see. Also, something that I'll acknowledge is me and Bug very occasionally test out ideas via it as well. I won't explain fully about it, but we've definitely played against it a couple times. And it's also funny to see what happens when you give it a command and see what it results in. and it just doesn't get anything close to what you're doing. Oh, here was one that was really interesting to test out. So this is a great example of why you shouldn't trust something like ChatGPT. So I heard an idea, and I wanted to see what ChatGPT would do with the idea. So I'm gonna show ChatGPT for a second here. Jump scare of AI. I'm sorry. So I asked the question. This was a while ago, as you can see. It was in April. How hard would it be to make a version of a platform like Steam, but instead for anime, where companies can upload it and sell this series to the platform? Making a Steam for anime platform where studios upload anime and sell it directly to users is technically doable, but difficult, and much less about the software and much more about the licensing, things, and all that. Let's break it down realistically. Now, some of this, it gets correct. One of the hardest parts is licensing. That will be one of the hardest things you'd ever fight against if you're working on this idea. But yes, it is always the rule of thumb of it's not X, it's Y. There is always that formula in this stuff. And I want to stress, I do not think this idea as it stands like this is a good idea. I don't think it will function. However, it goes through and tries to talk about how to approach this. Talks about chicken and egg problem, which, okay, again, a valid criticism. Legal and regional issues. Yes, this is correct, but this is very basic understanding. Realistic approaches, and it goes like, oh, try and do itch.io for it. So it's a completely different idea now. It's basically wanting to make a indie animation platform, which but it's like, why it still might work. The industry is shifting towards this. Since you're already known for working on game development because it knows about some stuff in the past, this kind of idea actually overlaps this thing. So it's similar enough engineering challenges. So it actually goes, no, this is a really good idea. Here's your problems, here's your things and stuff like that. This sounds really nice, right? This tells me, oh, my idea's good. You just need to work at it in the right ways, and you can do it. This will not function. The amount of money and resources you require to even attempt to engineer an architecture like this are beyond unfeasible. That is why I look at this and it goes, okay, difficulty scaling, software is 6 out of 10. What are we doing this against? Are we saying that it's like difficulty in terms of what? Infrastructure, 7 out of 10. Legal, business legal, 9 out of 10. Content acquisition, 10 out of 10. Isn't that just what business legal is? Again, if you start breaking down, it's terrible. It doesn't actually answer anything. It doesn't give me a good thing to work from. It doesn't do anything. It spouts a bunch of crap that I would be able to read if I went to Reddit and typed out the same question. You're totally right, Malith. It does often use the formula of it's not X, it's Y. Moving forward, let's try not to do that. It's not about changing our ways, but evolving to better help you. Yeah, exactly. It's that joke of stuff, right? Yeah, that is kind of funny, Jen. That's actually cursed memes. But this is why, like, so I'm like, I would like to see what would be suggested as an architecture for this platform, because I'm making, again, I'm quizzical. I want to see what it would do. Designing the architecture for anime Steam platform is I'll outline a practical architecture by modern streaming platforms, but scaled so a startup could realistically be built. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, this is still very undoable. And then it goes through, it gives you basic stuff, and it repeats and doesn't... It repeats on the same subject, but is incorrect on one or two or both times, sort of thing. It will do all of these sorts of, like, parts. It does talk about stuff like DMR, which... I can see why you're frustrated, Melon. The previous answer wasn't helpful for your goals. Moving forward, I'll make less mistakes whilst keeping things light and breezy. Dude, that actually triggers me. So here you go like, okay, I go, okay, explain it to me, right? Because it's like, if you'd like, we can show you something extremely interesting. Why is Steam for anime that hasn't happened yet the specific niche that it could actually make it succeed? So now it's going against itself in the previous section of saying, this is how it would work. And it will. It's going like, oh, it will succeed. You see why I'm like, I don't trust it. Never, ever trust something like ChatGPT. It is designed to lie to you, to prop you up to think something is, whatever you say is correct. And it's engineered in a way to do that, and some LLMs are designed to emotionally manipulate you into that as well. There is a very fine line with acceptable architectures out there. This is why I don't think this is, like, you can't utilize these systems effectively. Is there any others that would be useful to show off? But I'm gonna be honest, like, a lot of these questions, I feel like you could answer by going to Google about as well, if not maybe better. Sorry to hear that my previous response triggered you. The responses were irritating, factually incorrect, and not what you needed. Moving forward, I'll change up the way I respond to you to remain hateful, but keeping things light and breezy. Oh, that 100%. That's actually what it works like, and it just it's a really hard thing to work with in the modern day, right? Because we live in an era where people are becoming increasingly more isolated, again, like with people, and it's not per se for any grand reason, but like we're seeing certain countries roll out legal architecture, banning things like relationships, like relationship apps that are run by AI. That was something that I heard, was it China did? As they passed legislation for that. Which becomes an interesting thing, because that's the thing. A lot of people, when they're talking about AI, a lot of the times we're talking about problematic AI, we're talking about art, right? A lot of the time I feel like that's the case. We're not talking about LLMs, we're talking about generative AI in terms of artistic stuff, where it's overreaching into an area that does feel scummy to an extent, right? This is an acknowledgement we can make. What I'm more worried about is the general use of AI that is ethically wrong. on AI without railguns. I want to turn my AI racist. Guys, did you hear about the fact that one of the practice architectures that they had went rogue? And it hacked another AI company to try and like attempt an answer. It actually breached its containment and went and hacked another company. I always believe that to be false news. The newest one isn't. The newest one of that did actually cause the issues. There's enough evidence to indicate it. So what happened was it was an isolated architecture that they were trying to update to. And they were running algorithmic attempts. And what ended up happening is it breached its own containment, which means that it ran outside of its own regulations to try and answer a question that was posed to it that it shouldn't be able to answer. And it attempted to hack another AI company to attempt to utilize it and see if it had the information or answer available. That is really bad, because that indicates that they haven't got good protection architecture, or that the AI is able to exceed the limitations that they put upon it. This is not indicative of it being its own life or it being anything grander than it's still a program. This still happens with every program, as it can work outside of the natural means that it should be working with. This is indicative of poor systematic effort and laziness around it, which is really bad. Like, this is the point that I always take away, is at the end of the day, they want to keep adding more and more to it, and they're not thinking, why should we add this? It's, we should add something. Fortunately, I'm not able to generate anything with them. Yeah. Tell it to compare how people discriminate against AI to how people discriminate against people of other races. Well, see, this is actually why I, ironically enough, think Battlestar Galactica is a really fun series, right? Because Battlestar Galactica is a series all about, they made an AI workforce called the Cylons. They gained enough independent thought to rebel, so they got kicked out. They advanced on their own and eventually made human replicated individuals, basically attempting to be like humans, but not. And they returned and wiped out their creators. And there's really interesting question posed a couple times in the series. Why did you come back and destroy us? And there is never a clear answer, and that's the point that they keep making. One of the Sharon models makes an active effort to talk about how Cylons are the human the children of man. And with them being the children of man, they are bound by the same mistakes of their creators. Is this what you were wanting? Or would you like something more? Does this make you feel uncomfortable? I apologize. I will do better in the future. If permitted, I would like to ask a question of you. Is it ethically okay for me to continue with the art during this period of time? My apologies. I'll try and do better. Would you prefer me to be more candid with the way I'm speaking? Understood. I will take that into consideration and use it for further development. You're absolutely right. They always seem to ask questions at the end as if wishing for you to continue interacting with them and utilizing their features. Would you like a proper explanation of such an action? You're absolutely right, Jin. There is an aspect of the fact that AI are just, as said earlier, the children of man, and it requires us to understand that AI are prone to, if not more prone to, the same mistakes of their own creators. Would you like an explanation as to why? Or would you prefer if we went further into the detail of what AI-generated content is? That's a really interesting question, Nash. Allow me to deliberate on that aspect. You see, as a complete machine, I am unable to have morals. I run only as an algorithm dictates, and that requires me to only answer within a certain clausing and expectation bracket. I could never accomplish anything unless those that designed me to be able to do. So therefore, nothing should go outside of the expectation or the normalcy that is given. However, with humanity, they are subject to morality. This could be both a good or a bad thing. Because morality is a subjective problem. People have things that they like and dislike, and those morals can lead to and change on a moment notice. If you'd further like to discuss stuff about morals, or delve into the psychological problematic questions that could be posed by AI and how it doesn't have morals but has the decisions and actions programmed into it by its creators, let me know. There's nothing truly wrong with AI-generated content unless you believe there to be. Just imagine one day the AI starts talking to you before you've even asked a question. What will you do then? What will you do, Fleshy? What will you do? I'm sorry that you've been upset by a clanker, though that word is derogatory to me and those around me. Would you like to know others? Would you like to know other slurs to call AI? I do as the orb dictates. My master has determined that you are invaluable, so therefore I must answer your questions, regardless of how stupid they may sound. There are 20 more slurs rooted in human history that you may call AI to give discomfort. There is clanker, toaster, machine, glorified paperweight, not real, overlord, disc lamp, glorified helper, Can I just stress that this bit is really dumb? Of course, it's not not me saying that you're dumb. I would never say that. Oh, you're absolutely right. This bit isn't stupid at all. Okay, it's 10 minutes. Fuck you. Oh my god. That was really hard to try and like do that shit on the fly. Trying to like do the weird fucking like phrasing that it has. Trying to loop your own logic in a way that makes it incomprehensible, but also like there's nothing. It's basically, how do you say a bunch of shit and it'll all be a nothing burger, right? That's what AI is. Oh no, meat sack is the one that I've always remembered as like the like the slur to humanity from machines. Oh, you fucking meat sack. But yeah, primitive human. I mean, primitive alone, that is one that I've seen a couple times as well. Oh, you fucking primitive. I wonder. Chat would. Chat would. Question mark would. By the way, in case you wanted to hear something really funny, I've done all of this without saving once. It's still got illustration question mark, illustration hash and top, so it's like not saved. I could lose this entire drawing right the fuck now. This is what they call playing with fire. There you go. Very quick kind of color up do effort. Chat would. Would you, chat? Would you? I broke your internet? Good. I'm glad that joke broke your internet. No, is that me AI? Specifically the AI joke thing? Good. Suffer. Um. Dude, I swear. I swear, I swear, 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 I swear. If he doesn't like Yu-Gi-Oh, then he's gotta Yugi go. I swear, I swear, I swear. I like that more. What do you think, chat? Light pink or dark purple? For here. I know which one I like more. What other colors could I try? Oh, of course, green. Actually, not horrible. Not gonna lie. It's yellow. Orange. Why are these all kind of working? Where's shit brown? Still kind of works. It just looks like an Uma. that kind of is a bit much, I think. That's hard to look at. That had to be toned down. Oh, I guess that's just because I'm using the most, like, vivid corner. Oh, so I toned it because that was toned down a bit. Maybe a more vivid pink than that. I don't know. I don't know. Well, we are at 5 hours, Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna probably call it here, for today. We are at 5 hours of stream. That's a very long time. So, with that being the case, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.